Check, check, check. Mic is good. Let me plug this in so it's got some power. Doesn't die on us today. All right, we are live. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Kirk. How you doing, buddy? Did you sleep well? Good to see you. Good to see you, brother, as always. So we had an insane move overnight, and over the PM session and overnight. So let's take a look at where we are at. I think we hit all-time. No. We broke above one of our key levels that we were looking for yesterday. Let's take a look at today. Good. Good to see, Kirk. Let's go take a look at the charts and see what we got going on today, because today is going to be kind of important. So Flash PMI 9:45 a.m. I will be lucky if I get to take a look at trades after that. I think I've got some morning meetings today. I will be here today. I will be here in the background though, as I have work. But let's take a look and see what we've got. Unemployment claims tomorrow. I think we're gonna see some interesting movements. So let's see what we got though today. Yesterday was a shit show of a session. I only got to see the latter part of that, but it looked pretty brutal to me. So I don't envy anybody who had to try to trade yesterday. It was a tough day. I didn't get a chance to look through all of ICT's moves, but it seems like it was a difficult time as well. But let's take a look at this day's movement today. So you can see what happened yesterday, and let's make sure this is reaching all the way out from 8 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Is that right? Four o'clock p.m. There we go. That's a little bit better. So here's Asia's range here. Hey, Delphine. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you all. Just taking a look and seeing what is going on right now. So we had a ripper of a session to the upside over the course of the previous London session. Let's take a look at the higher time frame perspective first, and then we'll head down. So what have we got on the week of January? We start to think, okay, well, what's more likely? Well, we know that there's a completion of this market maker buy model would allow us to then kind of consolidate around this area. So that's what I would expect potentially. Or, so three things can happen. Uh-oh, I am disconnecting again, aren't I? Let me do one thing and check. Let me check one thing here. 4 hour, 1 hour, 15:05, and 1 minute here. That's fine. Let me check one thing, because I think maybe I just have too much data running at one time. Maybe that's why I'm disconnecting so much. Hey, Karen. Good to see you. How are you doing? I'm checking a couple of things here to make sure my data isn't showing too much data at one time. I think that's what's the issue currently. Probably just saving too much data at one time. So I'm going to lower the data requirements on some of my charts here. Keeping some of them. to a lower amount of time. Okay, here we go. So hopefully that will help a little bit. 1,000, yeah, that's fine. Hourly doesn't need 1,000. Hourly probably just needs like 500. 15-minute doesn't need 1,000. That probably needs 350. 5-minute definitely doesn't need 1,000 days. Let's put that down to 300. 1-minute chart also does not need 1,000. That probably just needs about 300. Okay, so I'm fixing some of my data there, and I'm lowering the amount of data that my system is asking Rhythmic to output. So that my system is not running insanely hot in terms of data. And I can actually load everything and have it load okay. So I'm fixing my data points right now on a different screen. I just had too much data running at one time. What I mean by that is here, for instance, on the monthly chart, I'm loading 2,000 days. Do I need 2,000 days? Not really. I probably need 1,500, right? I can still see a lot here. I can still see the entire swing here to here, right? But probably don't need 2,000 days worth of data running on each of these. Probably 1,500 is good on the higher time frames. And daily's got 900. That's more than fine here, as you can see. 4 hour, 200, 1,500 days. Probably just need 1,000 days on the 4 hour chart. And then days to load on that's 180. That's fine. Days to load on 15 minutes, fine. Days to load is 90. That's fine. Okay, cool. So we are ready to roll. Phoenix ABS. Thank you. Good to see you, brother. Okay, so again, let's go back to our daily or our higher time frame charts. So monthly, weekly on the NASDAQ is a no-brainer, right? Let's check out the others as well. So this is our monthly and weekly on the Dow. The high, that high was 38,302, whereas this high was 38,299. Or no, 38,299 there. 38,302. So technically, the Dow has already breached its high. So the Dow breached its all-time high on ES. You can see ES is still looking for us to go higher. This is the weekly chart here. So you have this 4996 rejection block that's up there, and 5,033 being the ultimate all-time high up here. 5,033.25. We're at about 4,900 on S&P, but we have finally breached March's highs, and it's NASDAQ's heading for all-time highs. Dow has already hit all-time highs on the futures contract, and S&P 500 is next. If it's going to run for futures contracts highs, that's what we're going to look for next from a six sister concept. And then everything's going to be at all-time highs, and we're not going to know what to do. So far, I mean, if E-mini fails, so this is one concept that's in my head right now. If NASDAQ hits a higher high, YM hits a higher high, but E-mini does not, and it fails around here, if there's a failure swing, that could be a month-long SMT divergence if we see at the end of January a shift to the bearish side. Now, the tricky part here is that generally February is a great month for bulls in general. Tendencies, almost tendencies. February's a good month for bulls, for stocks, for buy side. So I think we have to be careful when we get there, but for the time being, we're going to watch this trend and make sure we are cognizant of what's going on there. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart and see what happened over Asia. So actually, let's take a look at the daily first and finish that off. So what do we have here? We have an institutional order flow entry drill. We headed higher 2 days ago, yesterday. And we actually, yesterday we headed higher, and we have a full movement higher overnight. Typically that means a tough morning session, but let's take a look at the lower time frames and see. So this is our daily chart. We moved past buy side liquidity. We took that short-term low out, and then took out buy side liquidity here. So in terms of a weekly candle, you can see we dropped down below new week opening gap and are expanding upwards yet again. So like we had mentioned back here, we were looking for 17,589.5 and 17,702 with a Tuesday retrace. So we got that, right? We got that retrace. We did not get to these lower swing projections, but not to say we won't get there, but still our eyes were still bullish. So Wednesday, what do we have now? We've already hit this draw on liquidity. So 17,702 buy side liquidity is our next draw, right? So from a 4-hour chart perspective, we have this as a mitigation block. Let me see if that's on the daily as well. Yeah, so we have price movement up, movement down, and then breaking buy side liquidity there. So we have a mitigation block here. Could we trade down to here first? Yes, we have this fair value gap here on the 4-hour. And we have this mitigation block here as well. We had a movement, gosh, there wasn't really a nice swing to look at yesterday. I think the swing on the hourly was from here to here. And notice we only came down to 17,420. I was expecting us to go down to the 50% mark, but we failed to do that, and it's ripping higher. So that leads me to believe that institutions are in a rush to get somewhere. Where could that level be? 17,702, right? That's what we were looking for, and that's what we'll continue to look for today. So let's take a look at this swing to see what we're looking at next. So right now we're seeing a move, potentially into this area here, 20, 30%, 25% area. If we grade this whole movement here, we've got a movement that could take us to the 17,600 even level, take us down to 585 potentially as a retrace, but ultimately we are going to be looking for either consolidation or a little bit of a draw back before we head upwards still. Today, Wednesday, generally Wednesday and Thursday is expansion week if we haven't hit our target. So 17,702, I do believe we're going to hit our target at some point today, potentially. And then we'll see what our unemployment claims does. And then eventually, the more important date is going to be next week. So next week, Wednesday, where we have Wednesday, we have FOMC statements. So this is going to be our next rate discussions. There could be sentiments on if they talk about not raising rates anymore, that could be bullish. If they talk about delaying rate cuts, that could be bearish. There's a lot of things that can happen next week. So that is going to be the week that determines whether or not we have a market structure shift to the downside, that we consolidate in the coming month, or if we have a bearish or bullish month. So, okay, so let's dial down. Now that we have our 4-hour idea, we see this, we have this as a 4-hour, let's maybe load this. I'll load this as a black solid line, so we know this is a potential mitigation block here when the price reaches down there on the 4-hour chart. Nothing really on this side to look at except for this bullish order block here. It's not really coupled. This fair value gap would be something you would like to see it coupled with, but we as we saw yesterday, price isn't willing to go down super deeply, right? So we will keep that in mind. We see this as our sell side liquidity from yesterday, so we'll mark that out over time. But we also want to mark out Asia. So Asia's low is going to be a sell side liquidity as well. I can mark that just to be consistent. So that's Asia's low there. Let me make that exact. What's that low there? 17,568.75. 68.75. So we have Asia's low as a sell side liquidity. We have potentially London's low as well, right? So London's low is around here. So we'll have that marked out as well. And we see that London did not actually, there's a breakaway gap there. So once it broke out of Asia's range, we see this breakaway gap, price did not trade back to it. And then we had institutional order flow entry drill. We had bullish order block here. Return to that bullish order block twice. Continuation. Another down close candle before we headed higher. We came down to it, rose, it's now failing. So that's what we're looking at right now, that this structure here is either consolidating here or it's failing to head a little bit lower first. So it's 6:30 in the morning here. We are at London, roughly London lunchtime, I think. Let's see what 6:30 a.m. Eastern to London time. So this would put us 6:30 a.m. Yeah, it's 6 a.m. is London 11 a.m. right now, and so 6 to 7 is London lunch. So we expect volatility to go down during this time period when the London Stock Exchange is away at lunch. Let me check one thing as well. Okay, here we go. All right, that's good to go now. Okay, so when we are while we're waiting for this, we need to see what is forming here. What is if we are still bullish and if our draw on liquidity is still up higher, what are oops, there's some spaces here. What are we looking for then? Well, we're waiting. So at the end of the day, we have this up close candle down here and none other on the hourly chart. We have up close candles on the 15-minute chart all the way up. They were respected And so now we have our closest sell side liquidity is this one here, obviously. And then our closest buy side liquidity is up here, London high. So let's mark those as well. And that is 17666.75. So as we start to frame out, so we're framing out this area of consolidation here. If we begin to see us fail here, we need to now look for what is the potential draw, right? So on the hourly chart within this area, we've got an hourly fair value gap down here. That could be a draw. Let's load that buy side imbalance. And we have on the way down to this mitigation block, we have this bullish order block right at that mitigation block as well. There is a tiny fair value gap down there within the Asia session. And if we take this swing from low to high, get it here. So if we take a look at that closer, right? This is our swing range that has occurred from Asia to London. Equilibrium puts us right around here, 17,617, right? Hey, good morning, Boyd. How you doing, buddy? Hopefully you're doing well. So we are looking within this range of today's daily range. What else could happen, right? Well, if we take a look at the previous couple of days, let's look at just the previous 2 days or 3 days, right? So this mitigation block happens to be 2 days ago's high. We, of course, could also mark this high being a daily, I guess we could mark it as a sell side liquidity potentially. I'd rather mark this as a daily purple line, because then we know it's a previous day's high at 17,558.25. So these are all targets to the downside that we potentially could reach to. Notice how yesterday's high, notice how we traded to that high when we started and have now traded higher. So that means when we opened, we traded lower a bit. Well, actually, we don't even have a wick there. We just opened and kept on rising higher, expanding higher. Pretty good. Thank you for asking. Are you trading today? I will be trading today. Yes, absolutely. I will try to voice out what my entries and exits are going to be looking for ahead of time. But if there's a scalp that forms, we'll have probably talked about it already. So notice this range that we created earlier. Notice how we're consolidating in that range right now. So remember, this is London lunch. We'll look to see if there's anything at 7 o'clock. We'll look to see if there's anything that forms at 7 o'clock. If not, 8:30 news embargo. If not, 9:45. We'll see if there's a fair value gap which forms at 9:45 that the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock time frame can form, for the 10 a.m. silver bullet. So that's how I'm framing my day this morning, right? So you want to be thinking in terms of time first. Okay, so what do we have here? We're at London lunch. What do we have at 8:30 a.m.? 8:30 a.m. news embargo releases. All the Bloomberg news comes out. 9:45 a.m. we have our economic news for the day. We have Flash PMI, right? PMI, Flash Services and Flash Manufacturing PMI. That likely will set up a fair value gap for the 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. silver bullet macro. So, and then after we're done with that macro, what do we have from 10:50 to 11:10? Is there additional movement? Do we move into consolidation from there? Is there a macro that leads all the way up to about noon, right? What happens at the noon macro? Do we see a run on stops? And then from there, we wait for the 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. silver bullet. We wait for that one, right? And actually, what I want to do is add, I wonder if I could duplicate something. Okay, so either way, we don't expect price to get all the way down here, but we're aware that it could. So we are going to go back to the hourly chart here. Grab my midnight opening candle. Where is it? Here it is. Grab my midnight opening candle. And let's put that at midnight here. And let me make sure it's at the right spot. There we go. So pretty much we spent very little time around midnight before moving upwards, right? So there's a nice displacement here. Came back down. Came displaced above Asia, bullish order block. We traded down to that bullish order block, traded down to that bullish order block, fair value gap, right? Before London, what happens at 2 o'clock? We look for a buy side imbalance. Trade down to that buy side imbalance. So initial Judas swing, and then we trade up higher for pretty much the rest of London. The entirety of London we traded through. And as you can see, price continued higher through the 3 to 4 a.m. silver bullet time frame and found its high at the end of the London kill zone. So, hey, good morning, Clarity. Glad to have you here. Good morning, morning crew. Yes, absolutely. Good morning, morning crew. Okay, so nothing really much to be done here except to wait out this consolidation. What you want to be looking for is, do we head down to a fair value gap? Do we head down to any form of discount PD array here? Yesterday we did not. We didn't get a chance to before it moved. This whole range was really nasty. I mean, we took out, we went to a PD array, premium internal PD array here, rejected from there, took out sell side liquidity once, twice, 3 times, and then we ended up taking out buy side liquidity twice there on the way back up at the end of the day. Crazy run, absolute crazy run. This whole area chopped out a lot of people. I mean, this was just a brutal day. So let's hope we don't get another one of those. Let's hope we get a cleaner expansion today. Let me do one thing. What we'll do is we'll copy. Let me set up my trade copier as well, so I can, any trade that I take, you'll be able to see it on trade copier. I'm gonna use trade copier as a way to copy my trades to sim so that I can show you the trades but not put myself at risk. So let's see, my leader account, and Let's do the performance accounts here. Copy to Sim 101. And then let me duplicate this. Let's choose this and copy to Sim 101. Micro NASDAQ. Micro NASDAQ. And then, so audience, I might be trying to pass a couple of Apex accounts that I got. So, if you didn't hear, there is a, let's see if I can pull this up. They extended, so if I click on this, let me see if they extended this here. So I think they extended this where if you want to, for 5 days, if you use that link that is on my YouTube here, you're able to actually pass. They extended the 80% off sale, and then they are allowing you to pass in 1 day. Do I recommend this? I don't, if you are still learning how to trade. But the 80% off is kind of nice. It's one of the cheaper ones there. Sometimes they go up to 90%, but that's a lot less frequent. Most of the time it's either 71% or 50% off. So it's one of the few good deals there. I bought a couple of more accounts to test out, and I will be likely trading those to pass. I'll be trading those pretty much to pass only. And so that will be a little bit higher volatility on those, but nevertheless, you only need about a little bit to pass those accounts. I do treat performance accounts lighter in risk. 2 contracts typically is all I use, 2% risk. But on the passing of evaluations, I'm perfectly okay using 100% risk because I know what I'm looking for. So today, what you want to be looking for is, do we have our retracement? Do we see evidence of retracement here? Do we take sell side liquidity first? If so, what is next? We have a lot of stair step here, and that's not good for smooth, clean action. If we go south, it's going to be a stair step kind of south. Yeah, not void, not financial advice, exactly. Well, if you're watching this stream, then, you know, you already know. This is not something that I would recommend. I recommend everyone trade in demo, and this is not financial advice. But as you all know, I have shown you live trades as well. So, and I've shown you, I tell you what exactly I'm looking for too. So we know that's what we're looking for. And we can keep this range in mind so you can see everything here. Let me maybe drop these on the hourly chart. I can drop a couple of hourly only chart texts. Previous days high. And then I'll label this as well. This is minus 2 days high plus mitigation block. That's too much words. That way we see that on the hourly chart. This obviously we traded to already, so we have just the upcoming buy side liquidity remaining. So you kind of see continued choppy. We did not see sell side being taken yet. We haven't seen sell side be taken yet on the 15-minute. And we did see sell side taken on the 5-minute, or sorry, we did see sell side taken, but that's our 15-minute short-term low. We did see a 5-minute short-term low be taken, but not enough to be considered displacement, right? So let me actually see something here. I want to go to yesterday's stream. I want to find something here. Where is that? There we go. Okay. So, so if you remember on yesterday's stream, do you remember me like kind of like drawing this out here? If you kind of look to see what happened, we dropped below, took out this sell side, and then headed higher. But this is roughly, I mean, at the end of the day, we did end up seeing a pretty serious movement higher. So, yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. Deep Chow has a question here. For the Apex challenge after you have passed, do you have to pay every monthly on the challenge account, or will you receive a challenge account without any payment after? Yeah, so that it depends on what you it depends on like what you are going to pay. I wish I had an example. Let me see if I have an example or not. Oh, I didn't keep that print screen, did I? Okay. So there's two options there, right? So if you go to the Apex here, you go to frequently asked questions, performance, PA account fee. You search for PA account fee, you'll see a frequently asked questions here. It answers everything there. You can either choose an option of paying $85 monthly, or depending on the account, you can pay one lifetime fee and be done with it. Generally, if you are a good trader and you're risking very low each time, the lifetime fee will be paid back within a matter of month or two, right? So here we see us slowly inching higher now. Let me see what time, 6:50 a.m. So let me take a look at lower time frames here. Do we see displacement higher? Kind of. I'm not like fully convinced yet, but this could be. It's still within this consolidation range though, so nothing high probability within this area, right? We need to see a clean break or take of buy side liquidity, or we need to see a sweep of sell side liquidity, and then that's when we look for our setups. This, yes, you could trade in between here if you go down to a micro time frame, but it is still not something that's high probability. So no trades yet. So Deep Chow, hopefully that makes sense. Either once you pass your evaluation account, you either pay 85 bucks a month, you choose to pay 85 bucks a month forever, or you pay the one-time lifetime fee, and then that's it. You keep the performance account for however long you want, basically, after then. Does that make sense? I'm actually going to set up another trade copier. $89. Good. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, ask any questions that you have, just ask my way. I'd rather you before you take the step to, before you feel comfortable. I would obviously prefer that everyone trade demo when you're learning, but if you feel comfortable with your trade, you want to start to test some things out, I would definitely like, I would totally recommend making use of this kind of a sale. But don't buy a ton of accounts at one time. Just buy like one. These sales will come back. And the good thing is if you have, the best part about having a performance account that's live, or at least getting to a performance account, is that you have no more fees. You can trade demo for an infinite amount of time, right? Since you have no more fees. Sometimes you can buy like the lowest account and just trade demo. That's oftentimes what I would recommend, because with the lowest account, I think it's like either 130, 140 bucks, and that's 80% off of that. So it's like 30, 20 bucks a month. That's like less than your internet bill, right? If you don't buy a few coffees, or if you don't buy 2 drinks out on a weekend, you can pay for an evaluation account. It's definitely far better use of your time and income than going out on the weekend. So, although my guess is that everyone here, you probably aren't going out. If you're here watching, if you're here trading, you're probably not going out every single weekend and partying like crazy, unless you're already there and you're a successful trader. You're probably not partying like insanely much, which is good. That develops discipline, and that's it. So remember, consolidation, wait for your trade. Time of day, wait for 8:30 a.m. Wait for news embargo. And then 9:45 a.m., remember we have news. So let me see if I can maybe like help mark those points in time out. 8:30 a.m. Let's make this a really light color. 40% opacity. And let's make that style a dotted style. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep these lines here to remind you. And these are important times of day to be aware of. 10 a.m. 9:45 is the next one, because that's when our news is, right? So we're going to keep those in mind. In fact, let me see if I can do something slightly better. The color regions here. Thought I already added this though. 3 to 4, 10 to 11, 2 to 3. I did add them. Why isn't it showing up then? Why are you not showing up? Okay. Looks like it only shows up after the times come. Data series. Indicators. Silver. That's fine. Display in data box, auto scale, visible. Okay. So when we get to those points in time, it does look like the color regions will show up. But For the time being, I've marked the 8:30 a.m. news embargo, 9:30 a.m. news, 9:45 a.m. news today as well. So when we get there, those will show up. So right now we're just waiting. No trades to be done. You'll see the trades there. If I take a trade on the performance accounts, you'll see the trades, but they will be on sim, of course. Let's see. Phoenix, best part is that you're here learning the right way to trade ICT. Yes, we are here. Even ICT had his stream yesterday. You know, it's good, so good to learn from. So good to learn from. Very important that people are realistic and that they can see how ICT was managing trades, and eventually waiting for the PM session when seeing a rocky morning session. Void, we are in a trader lifestyle, addicting more than nicotine. That's pretty funny, Void. It can be, absolutely, it can be. So gotta be careful there. Dip Chi Bao, looking for a lifetime to double my account because I have another challenge account on FTMO. Oh, awesome. That's awesome. We are not allowed in the United States. We are not allowed to trade FTMO anymore. That is something that we're unfortunately not allowed to do. Uh-oh, what happened here? Something went wrong. I clicked on a... There we go. Lighting in the back got touched to white, so wanted to fix that real quick. There we go. Okay, so we're seeing movement down to the sell side liquidity. It just got taken there, so I'm dropping down to a lower time frame now, looking to see if there's any evidence of us heading lower or if it's just a stop hunt. So now I'm looking to see, okay, is this just a stop hunt, or are we gonna see displacement lower, right? So I want to see how we move on the lower time frames here. So we just took sell side liquidity. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. Do we see a displacement back higher to continue higher, or do we kind of just see it continue lower? Put this on all charts so you can see this on all charts. There's that on the 15-minute. So we'll keep that here. Yeah, I feel bad for all my bros in the USA. I know. I would love... Okay, so here's displacement higher. I like that. I'd like to see a move back down to 1644.25. And let me see if I can find a move there. So I want to get back down to 1644.25 if possible, if we're allowed. Okay. Seven for 8 for 950. 52, 62. So here I was hoping for it to get back down to 42.75, but I don't know if I'm going to get that option here. We'll see. $44.25. Will we get it? Will we get it? Will we get it? No, we're not gonna get it. It's gonna leave that open, isn't it? There's 65.25. Again, 7 o'clock, no crazy big moves or anything, but we did just take a sell side liquidity. We have not been able to reach buy side liquidity yet, except for on a smaller time frame so far. Okay. So we got back down to 17644.25. We'll see if this continues lower or not. Okay. So again, nothing is kind of just hovering around this area here, so it's possible it could just drop out, or we could see continuation higher. It just depends. So far, kind of just hanging around here for now. Nothing major happening. Okay, cool. Can see some little bit of movement there. We saw price head back down to a lower time frame, micro time frame fair value gap there. And why is this not showing? Supposedly copied over to sim. Oh, I see. No, that should have worked. Hold on. What am I on here? Oh, I didn't copy one of my accounts. I was on a different performance account. My bad. So we're seeing some slight movement back to the upside. We're starting to see a shift above this short-term high here. That's good. We want to see that. And on the micro time frames, I also see us having a movement above a breakaway gap after coming back down into a micro time frame. We should be heading towards this 617, 652 next. And you can kind of see roughly where I entered here and had to go through some drawdown. I was looking for 44.25, but I entered silly there. So this is an Apex like evaluation account that I'm looking to pass. I don't know if it's gonna get all the way up there, but let's see. Now we've taken out a short-term high there. We'll see if this continues higher. So we took out a buy side liquidity just now. So we should retrace a little bit. I do have one account that I took a long here, and I have my sell stop here. We'll see if it reaches this or not, but if it doesn't, no big deal. I think now I can move my stop safely to the low of this candle there. And then you can see that there's a couple Apex accounts that are limit ordered in there, but sorry, the trade copier didn't quite work there. So our overall bias is still bullish, so we are gonna continue to trade with that in mind. So seeing that movement off of sell stops, you could see just barely there's this short-term high, right? So price displaced above that, retraced into a lower time frame fair value gap, and then has now displaced even higher too. So we see that we've reached above this short-term high on this 15-minute candle and above this candle as well. So we should see a little bit of retracement now. There's a volume imbalance on the 1 minute here that we can trade down to right there. Trade down to it. And there's another volume imbalance on the lower time frames as well that we just traded down to. So getting some late longs out there. But I do consider that to be enough of a shift in structure on the 5-minute chart. See that there, kind of this type of movement away from a sell stop here. Not guaranteed, but I do find that at least that's an idea that I do find interesting. It could obviously it could still drop out, but you know, we'll see. So we came down to a volume imbalance and have now rebalanced that, creating a higher short-term low temporarily. Let's see. Coming back down into this mitigation block, mitigated shorts here, who got blasted through, got mitigated here. So have that mitigation block here. And that's actually a bullish order block as well. Probably easier to comprehend. Price shouldn't need to return back to that price at this point in time. So stops can be moved to below this short-term low here as we begin to see price spool and head to 17,662. is what I would expect to see. Hey, what's up, Forex Ragnar? Good to see you, buddy. I'll show you for the one contract here. I can now move my stops up to this short-term low. Price traded down to this bullish order block. We shouldn't, and we had this breakaway gap. We shouldn't need to trade any further down below there. It can. Safer stops would be down here below at this breakaway gap. That would be a safer stop. So we'll see if we can get all the way up here to 17,662. So far, we're seeing it move in a direction to the upside, but it doesn't have to, right? This could get stopped out easily as well. As you can see here, price isn't going to be moving smoothly anytime soon, but our bias does still lead us to be a bit more bullish than bearish. It is chopping out a lot of weak longs that entered late on that burst upwards, right? So retail is seeing this big green candle getting in. Smart money is offloading on those at every short-term high, every buy-side liquidity here. They're offloading onto retail. But we can kind of see how we return back to this whole thing is an order block, okay? This whole segment of down close candles, that's an order block. Let me see if I can make this into a black line instead so you can see it across. So you can kind of see it a little bit cleaner on the 5-minute chart here. We return back to this order block area. So now we see a return back to this down close candle here. We got some late longs out, got them out again, did not create a lower low. So we have this concept here still holding true. And we also have our stops can now, I think, be safely moved up since we created a higher high twice. We can move it to below that sell stop. If it goes lower than that, it is meant to go lower than that. We have a sell side imbalance on the 1 minute up here, but I like this. I like this area up here, 660 potential rejection block there, but I think that we're going to end up taking buy side liquidity up here. So we'll keep this trade here for the time being. So as you can kind of see, haven't been moving my stops up aggressively. That's how you get stopped out. I would have gotten stopped out if I moved it up aggressively here. Stop was below here when I entered. I knew it could retrace into this area. There's a lower time frame fair value gap. And we use this concept of an order block here to return back to this order block. And now we're looking for external range liquidity on this price run here. Knowing that we took out sell side liquidity here, we're looking for it to continue higher and take out buy side liquidity. At the very least, on the hourly chart, you can kind of see here how we're forming a bearish order block here. It doesn't have to go all the way up by any means. It has no reason that it has to go all the way up. It could just fail here too. But we would like to see stuff supported there, if at all possible. So now all your stops should be in profit. It's okay if things head back to where you didn't want them to. But at the very least, we would like to see our down close candles continue to be supported here. So you see that movement there. We would like to see this one supported, this candle we would like to see supported here as well. It can trade to down here as well, but if it starts to break this short-term low, it's going to break through this one and head all the way back down to take out sell side liquidity. That's just the nature of what price will do. We don't want to move our stop up any higher than that because it can wick down all the way through here. It could even wick past it a little bit. As long as the candle closes on the bodies, as long as the candle closes, are telling the story that we're heading higher and that we're heading in the direction of our higher time frame buy side liquidity bias, right? This is our draw on liquidity, right? So as long as we're still heading in that direction, then we're still good. We're trading in the direction that we think or we are biased towards, and we see clear potential takes on liquidity as well. So as you can kind of see, some movement lower. We need to see if that gets bought up there. So move down to a previous volume imbalance on a lower time frame, a micro time frame, sorry. And we're watching to see how price plays out here. So we took a couple of buy side liquidities there, but we have not taken out this high here. And we might not. And maybe it might fail here, right? Never know. So question here is, do you pay lifetime or monthly for Apex? It's your choice. You can choose to pay lifetime or you can choose to pay monthly. It's really up to you. Are you asking about specifically, do I pay lifetime or do I pay monthly? Clarity? If you're asking about, do I pay lifetime or monthly? I pay lifetime fees. If you can hold those accounts for longer than 2 months, you've already paid back your lifetime fee at $85 a month, right? Plus, that doesn't put any pressure on you to make any more, make back that minimum value. But some people pay monthly, you know, that's just how their account is and that's what they want. So, not a big deal. Okay, so here we can see if our price drops out here or if we see it continue higher. When we see it make a new high here, then we can drop our stop to below this short-term low, but no sooner. You, since you trade micros, yeah. So if we think about it, so if we think about it, an account size is actually your drawdown, right? So 2,500 is what I consider to be my account size. 2 micros is about 50 account loss for, that's my max loss. So I can continue to trade that. That's my 2% amount for a micro NASDAQ contract. So this is what I'm allowed to trade each time. And if I lose once, I have to go down. Oh, look at price now. It's actually really spiking down. So if it takes out that short-term low, it's going to take this other one out too. So got really close there, taking out that short-term low there. So again, we have late longs getting stopped out there. So if anybody choked up their stop loss too much, they just got stopped out again to the downside. But that got bought up there. So I find that to be kind of interesting, right? But I'm not moving my stop up until we break these relative equal highs up here. When we break those relative equal highs, that gives me sense that we've shifted structure again. Not shifted, but continued structure. So notice all those late longs that are trying to get in off of these big green moves, they're getting chopped out right now. So we should aim for 17655.75 shortly. We should see us trade above those. And probably, I do think that we will end up taking this buy side liquidity since we just took out this temporary sell side liquidity down here. I do think that we'll end up aiming for buy side liquidity now that we've seen evidence of us trading higher, at least on the 1 minute time frame. We've seen evidence of us trading higher there. So that's my thesis. It doesn't have to play out. It could just dump here. But let's see. So we want it to first achieve this 17655.75 first, right? That's our first relative equal highs that it has to break through right there. So we need to wait and see if we break through that. If we do, then structure is going to continue to likely aim for this sell side imbalance here or this short-term high here. Until we break this, we keep our stop where it's at, below this short-term low. So now we just wait. These are low probability conditions, folks. Not easy to trade in. If you don't get some of the best entries, you're going to be chopped out on these type of runs, this type of price action. This is high resistance movement, right? And this could very well just drop out. The floor could completely drop out. It could just completely, continue lower, right? It doesn't have to head any higher than this. It doesn't have to head to sell side or premium sell side imbalance. It doesn't have to. It could just drop out here. Forex Ragnar, for this entry, you don't wait for market structure shift. You enter directly in the order block after sell side liquidity. So if you notice something here, Ragnar, look closer, right? We have a take on sell side liquidity here, right? right when we take that sell side liquidity, did I see us take a short-term high out here with this price movement within 2 candles? I did. It returned back to a fair value gap. It's probably easier to see on, let me pull up in my lower time frame chart. It'll be easier to see on this. So here is probably easier to see on a 15-second chart. So here, I saw 2 fair value gaps. 1, and we traded above this short-term high here. 2. So when it came back to this fair value gap, I entered. I had the concept that it could trade down to here, right? This fair value gap here. And then we see price move higher. Bullish order block here, trades back down to bullish order block. You could have entered there. So 2 times, 3 times. So now that my price has moved above, I can move my stop to this short-term low now. And then once we see this trade back and retrace, I can move this back down to this short-term, next to this short-term low. So my stops aren't moving up really quickly, but you can kind of see a little bit easier on the lower time frame charts. So this is the micro time frame chart. You can see we took sell side liquidity here. And that's why I told people on my model, I look at micro time frames to find fractal displacement. This is nice displacement considering this price action here at a key level on a lower time frame chart. So you can kind of see this structure here that we broke above this short-term high, retraced into the 2022 model, and then continued higher to aim for this area of liquidity here, right? So everything is fractal here. Everything that we see is fractal, okay? If we haven't reached a point of liquidity and we think and we are bullish ourselves, well, we start to see us and we start to look for things where, so we're starting to see heavy movement higher. So I can now shift my other stop loss up here as well. So we've traded up into this SIBI. So this is a premium in this dealing range, in this micro dealing range. We have this sell side imbalance here that I was kind of alluding to. Price could trade up there, right? Forex Ragnar, yeah, I see. Okay, thanks. Hey, Ipta Trader, good morning, man. How you doing? Good to see you. So there's this sell side imbalance that we traded into. As you can kind of see on these entries, we're aiming for that 16,663 on both of these. Now I'm cutting the first entry short. You can see up there. I'm cutting the first entry short at this 17,660 because that's the rejection block that I see there. But I fully anticipate price taking out, if it's going to take out this buy side liquidity, it's going to go to 16,663.25 and then some probably. Considering the higher time frame structure here, right? We have London highs that are close by, and this is buy side liquidity, buy side liquidity, buy side liquidity here. So we will look to see if we can complete this range here, right? So we expect this order block, this rejection block to be taken, and that would encompass our first set of profit taking there, right? If I was trading performance accounts, so there's that trade on the micro. This is a performance account over here. So now we've taken out that. If I go to the, you can kind of see how there's this here. So that is a take on the rejection block there. So now we're looking for a run on this buy side liquidity, and we should see us get to terminus there in a moment. As we see, this is our buy side liquidity now. So we just took buy side liquidity there. And there you go. So hopefully that was helpful. That was one of the Apex evaluation accounts that I just bought, right? And we trade copied that to 2 different Apex accounts. So I have 2 accounts that are going to pass in one day. You can see the entries. You can see the entries here. Let me blow this up a little bit. But as you can tell in the background, buy side liquidity has been taken already, right? So bias was long. We see buy side's been taken there. You can kind of see this is how so in the video that I put on my channel here. Let me see if I can find my channel. So in the video that I have here, funded account, no, how to pass evaluation accounts, this video here, that's what I'm talking about. When you know how to trade and you know what you're looking for, that's what I'm talking about, right? So we mark that out over time. We look at key levels to be taken. We marked out sell side liquidity and buy side liquidity there, right? So once you take out key levels, you look for displacement above short-term highs or above a swing high or swing low, if you're depending on which direction you're looking. And if your higher time frame bias is bullish, you want to see sell side taken out and you want to see displacement above fair value gaps created, right? You want to see that be taken and you want to see those created on the way up. Once you see it, this shift in market structure on the micro time frame, this allows you to get confidence to get in on these fair value. So I'll show you the fair value gap. It's hard to see with the markers there, but so there's 2 fair value gaps here, right? One was up here. This was my entry on this fair value gap. Obviously I had to take some heat here, right? But look at my entry, 47. You know, I was saying that I wanted to enter here, but I kind of decided that I wanted to enter on the higher time frame. Usually what you would want to do is you wait for it to head down to here, and then once it trades back up to this, then you can enter on the higher fair value gap. But you can kind of see how it came down to exactly this fair value gap on the 15-second chart, and it continued and headed higher, right? And we were aiming for this first area of liquidity. It didn't have to go for buy side liquidity, but because they were so close together, we anticipated it likely was going to run very quickly for this buy side liquidity. And look at what's happened since then, right? We took out buy side liquidity and are currently trading lower. So, hey Steve, good morning. Good morning. If the trader, nice to see you in live trades. Yeah, I showed a couple of them now, right? So I showed you an example of what I was doing in order to take a live trade, what I was doing in terms of looking for order blocks to be respected here, stop loss management. So what is good stop loss management like? And all of this was done in the New York. And what's really, really key here, okay? Let me go back to the other chart here, and I'll go to the 1 minute so it's easier to see. What's really, really key here is that what time of day was this movement in? 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, New York open kill zone. Where do plays form? In the kill zones, in ICT silver bullets. So time was really, really crucial in this, right? So if you aren't trading with the concept of time available and when your setups can potentially form, then you're trading blind, okay? I'm going to say that again. If you aren't pristine with the time zones in which setups can and will form, then you're trading blind. So make sure you focus on time first. What are the next things that we're focused on, right? What else is going to happen today? Well, I mean, like, are all the plays done and over with? Absolutely not. But what's next? You have 8:30 a.m. news embargo. You have a new range defined now. You have a buy side here. That's your buy side liquidity. Get that straight. All right, whatever. I'll just set the exact number. 17,670.75. So 17,670.75. All right, so you have a new relative equal low here, right? What's this low? 17,641 exact number. Let's set our new sell side liquidity here. I'll leave this here so you know this is relative equal highs. But let's remove this as well. So we negated that. I'm going to remove these because you can't really see them well on the 1 minute chart anyways. But let's say that you only had access to a 1 minute chart, right? What would this, so, you know, this little bit here, that would have been a little scary to take long because there's no fair value gaps here, right? This is probably to 4x Ragnar's point on the 1 minute. Did you only enter on an order block? Well, let's say that you didn't enter on the micro time frames. You see here that we have displacement, right? So when you see that kind of displacement, from after taking a sell side liquidity here, when you see that kind of displacement, well, you would have been able to think, okay, well, I see a bullish order block here. I see what else? This fair value gap paired with that bullish order block, right? Yes, there's a breakaway gap below here. Yes, there's a bullish order block down here, but we've already traded above this, and now there's price to be mitigated at that point. So this is actually a mitigation block too. People went short, they got squeezed out. They're going to buy stop to get out of their shorts on break even. What do we see happen next? On the 1 minute chart, you see price head to this area how many times? So we have on the 1 minute chart, let's turn this into a buy side imbalance, right? So on the 1 minute chart, this is kind of what you see before you see the really big spike up, right? Let's zoom in on this area so you can really pay attention here. So we're gonna move our buy side imbalance there to encompass the volume imbalance as well. So here, you could have set your entry at 17,650. You would have had to endure heat down to 48, 2 handles on NASDAQ. That's nothing, right? And then you could have entered once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. 9 times the market was saying, hey, enter here. Go long here, right? And then your terminus, your first take profit would have been from let's assume you entered at 650, right? Your first partial is at 662 or maybe 60, exact number. Your final terminus would have been 666. So that's about 10, 15 handles there. You don't have to get much, but that's plenty for a day. And that's for traders that have a full-time job like me. Like, I'm going to have to go to work, right? But I've been able to trade on a couple of evaluation accounts. I've been able to pass those today, given that they had the new rule that you can pass in 1 day. Again, that is going on right now. If you go to this link here on my YouTube, you'll get the code here, and you can use that. And they have 1-day passes, let's see, for 5 days. So looks like that's going to go on until maybe the 29th or so, 28th or 29th. So worthwhile checking out. That's what I used to, I just kind of proved it that, hey, it is possible. Should you do it? Not until you know your model, not until you're 100% clear with what your model is, what you're looking for, what time of day, what's your higher time frame bias, what has market done, what's market likely to do. So, see easy. Good morning. You're late today. No, you're late today, man. What are you talking about? I'm late. I was on since like 6 in the morning, brother. 6:10. Oh, technically I was late. Yeah, technically I was late. 10 minutes late. So, any questions? Any questions from folks here? Any questions from the audience? If you like that, go ahead and give a like and subscribe. If you haven't seen me before, if you have any questions, I appreciate the love there. Like and subscribe doesn't really do anything. It helps this channel, but it's a small thing to give if this has been entertaining to you. And yeah. Let's see what we got here. I hope this has been helpful. That's my goal, is to really entertain and be helpful, of course. So notice what happened though when we took out that buy side liquidity. Let me put that buy side back there just so you can see London's high. So notice what happened after we hit that point. We had longs that were paired with institutional smart money shorts here, temporary shorts. Okay. So now we have taken out buy side liquidity. On the 60-minute chart, you can kind of see how we have 9 minutes for this hourly candle to close. We are likely going to close above this bullish order block here. And I am anticipating that we will continue higher today. And obviously, this monthly intermediate term high, that's what we're looking for, right? Forex Ragnar, do you plan to go full-time trading and stop working on the side one day? Yeah. I think that I will. I love trading. It's so much fun. I have a lot of time thinking about it, looking for patterns, and I would love to go full-time trading at some point. But you need to make sure that you are able to survive until you get to that point. Right now, it's a hobby, right? It's something that, it's a skill. It's a skill that I'm learning, and it's a hobby, but I'm treating it like a business, right? I'm trading as though it's a business. I'm treating it seriously so that when the time comes, if I'm fortunate and if I'm blessed enough to be, then I can head off and generate income by trading. And that would be the full-time goal. Yes, Forex Ragnar. That has always been the goal. That's kind of like why I'm treating, recording this journey here. It's a tough road. I mean, very, very tough road here, but doable. Definitely doable, in my mind at least. Who knows? But that's the goal. Waleed, if this low at 17,641, let me take a look at that. 17,641. Okay, this low. If this low at 17,641 got taken, you consider it as a market structure shift. Well, Waleed, on the, I would say not on the higher time frames, Waleed. Maybe on the lower time frames, like, because we do see this relative equal low waiting here, and from this swing low to swing high, we see that this relative equal low could take us to a 50% retracement down here, ultimately down to this 1 hour buy side imbalance. That possibly could happen. The consideration here, while lead though, is does it need to go back down there? Remember, it's time of week, it's a Wednesday. Wednesdays are typically when you see the weekly expansion continue. And we see that on, so here's those black lines here. These are new week opening gap, right? So we see we traded up, we traded down a little bit, but ultimately this week's candle looks like a wick down, an open, expansion higher. So it's a big green candle on the weekly chart, right? That candle right there, that's our weekly candle right now. So do you think that it's more likely that we trade south, further south on a expansion week where we have unfinished business waiting for us at all-time highs? Do you think it's more likely that we trade down here first and then we head higher? Could be. But I wouldn't treat today specifically with this market structure and this type of higher time frame movement. I wouldn't consider that to be a market structure shift. We would have to see a big candle. Like I'm talking like, you see all of these candles here, right? I'm talking about like a really big candle. It's obvious, like painfully obvious candle that we would have to see. It'd be like one of these big candles, right? Like we would have to trade like a couple of candles like that down through. And then maybe we see price head back up into this temporarily and then we head lower. Like that's what I would, if we were to see it drop down below that relative equal low, we need to see big displacement and fair value gaps created. Otherwise, it could just be something as simple as, let me see if I can do this or not, if it'll let me. It could be as simple as a nice little wick down like that. You have to excuse me for this crude depiction here. But you could end up seeing something like this happen on a weekly expansion week. You could see something like this happen, right? If you only see a little wick here, I mean, it doesn't have to be a little wick. It could even be a bit wick like that's a little bit longer, right? But you see it take out relative equal lows here, then you might end up actually seeing this price completely rebalance here and take out sell side only to continuing to aim for buy side liquidity. And ultimately, this one here, obviously. So those are the scenarios that you need to watch out for at those key levels. So it's really important for you to watch those key levels closely. See how price is trading. Is it respecting fair value gaps here, like we see here? Is it respecting buy side imbalances? Is it respecting bullish order blocks like this one here? We traded down to it and then headed higher, right? 15-minute chart, nothing really here. We took out sell side liquidity, and we took out buy side liquidity. So now we wait. We wait to see if we see something contrary. Do we see displacement heavily above this short-term high? Maybe. Let's see. So we need to kind of wait and see what's happening here. But that 17,702, it looks very suspect to me. And let me do one thing as well. This swing low, this swing high. So now, let me make sure I have that right. that swing low to that swing high. Good. All right, so when I think about where we could go today, my mind goes to we've already reached 17,672. That was right, or well, we've pretty much gotten close to that, but 17,672 would be let me see if I can do this. 17,672.25, 17,702 buy side liquidity, then 17,760 would be my swing projection for the day. I guess I should write those in opposite order, huh? So you see the lowest one at the bottom and the highest one at the top. Something like that. Because then the price reaches these earlier there. So that's kind of like what I'm looking for here. You get rid of this fib. So I'll kind of leave the chart kind of like this so you can see. Well, actually, no, it'd be better if I keep this up here. So you can see what we're aiming for on the hourly chart. IptaTrader, I want to share my chart. How can I? You can't. That's one of the bad things about YouTube. You can't really share. But what you can do is you can post your chart onto Twitter and tag me. So if you are on Twitter, you can go to twitter.com/ oh gosh. I don't know if this is my Twitter or not. Okay, this is not letting me look at an account unless I sign in online, so I can't even show you. So if you go to twitter.com/ Johnny Lee Lin, that's my Twitter handle, obviously. You can always post a chart and tag me, and then I'll be able to see that on Twitter. All right, so we came back down into this 5-minute buy-side imbalance here, hit the consequent encroachment of it, and are seeing some wicked movement higher. I'm not willing to take this longer just yet, but one thing I am cognizant of, let me get rid of this bullish order block here and this one here. One thing I am cognizant of is this hourly bullish order block here. Uh-oh, what did I just do? This guy here. So we will keep an eye on this high, being 17,665.25, to see if we see continuation, right? If we can see continuation above here, that's going to be key, because this will be supported here. That's the concept, right? Cool. All right, so 8 o'clock. We have 8:30 a.m. news coming up here. We've broken above London's highs already. We've traded up above Asia's highs, up above London's highs. We've consolidated a bit here and are starting to seek some continued motion higher. So we're seeing some displacement higher here. I'm going to wait to see how price reacts here. I don't know what's going to happen here, but we are seeing it move back down into, we saw this candle move down into this bullish order block on the hourly chart, and we are in the process of heading higher for the time being. There's nothing really much in my model right now except for this hourly order block here. I don't see anything on the 4-hour chart. Nothing on the daily yet. So that hourly order block is all that really remains here right now. So we're seeing some displacement above on the lower time frame charts. I'd like for it to return to 17,666 if at all possible, but we did just break out of a buy side liquidity area there. So we continue to assume that we will head higher. We do see that there are buy side imbalances left open here on the 1-minute chart. We're keeping that in mind. I'm looking and watching to see if we hold here or if we... Okay, so there is a little bit of juice higher. I'm looking at this on a lower time frame chart, micro time frame chart right now. And it does seem like we are pushing higher. We have a 5-minute fair value gap being formed. 1-minute fair value gap being formed as well. "24 seconds left on this 1-minute chart. I would love for it to return back to 17,668-ish, but I don't know if we're going to get that opportunity or not. Let's see. So it does look like it's in a hurry at 17,702. We blasted through the 17,672 there, of course. So I think a return back to fair value gap would be in the books here. So wait patiently. We see a low, high, lower, low, higher, high. So now we've got a bullish breaker as well. See if I can properly draw this here. So we have a bullish breaker here. And let's draw this out over time. That's what I moved. 8:30. Draw this out over time. And I can get rid of this now. Don't need to refer to that anymore. And then on my 1-minute chart, I also can get rid of this. Don't need to refer to that anymore. So I would patiently wait for a return back to this buy side imbalance, in my opinion, because that would then put us right at the top of this hourly bullish order block once more. Twitter ID is Johnny Lee Lin. At Johnny Lee Lin. It's on my YouTube here. You have these links down here. This will take you to my Twitter as well. This is like my Apex, my special Apex code. That's my trading computer and my Instagram. I don't use and my website if you want to join the email list. I don't use Facebook. I don't use LinkedIn, but you're welcome to try. I haven't touched them in years. Okay, so Johnny Lee Lin, what I have is 719, 851, 19. Wow, you are really reaching up there. Let me see. $719, 851. Okay, I see 850. I could see 851. 984. I don't have 984, but closest one is 18,000. But 937 is close-ish, I guess. Down. Okay. I don't have any down levels right now. I'm not looking to the downside. My bias is to the upside. But yeah, I could see 672, 702, and 760 swing projection. How did I get those numbers there? Hold on. I need to fix this. This is a low of 17,409.25. I'm going to get exact on this. This high is 17,584.75. I'm going to get some exact numbers here so we don't have to mess around. No messing around, okay? All right, so we're seeing some people get screwed around with up here. Wow, what in the world? It's going to hit the all-time high pretty soon. We're not even going to get a retracement back down to that bullish breaker here. Okay, 760.25 swing projection, and then 17,848. Okay, there we go. Those are my swing projections if we end up heading higher. So it does look like we are in for quite a move. Wow. So that was a nice view of trading down to this bullish order block and expansion higher. So if you got into that, that was 20 points right there. Crazy. Pinoy Trade Club, hello, good morning. Good morning, good morning. So now we look to see if this holds here. We have this order block here. And we have a tiny, tiny, tiny little buy side imbalance here. Very small. But nevertheless, it's still there. So we'll see if we get down there or if we just completely ignore it and head higher. So that was a really nice displacement. Traded back down to a shorter block on the lower time frame. Starting to see a little bit of movement lower here, but I don't know how long it's going to last. Let me go back to sim. Let's see, this trade's copied here. I will, let's see, is that actually, let me see. Yeah, that's a gap on the 15-minute. What time of day is it? 8:14. So we have a little bullish order block here, followed by a small fair value gap in between there. We'll see if we get a trade back down to that as we head up to our expected draw on liquidity, right? So far, so good. In fact, it does look like it's going to hit. If it hits this level, be really careful about the open. If it hits this level, 17,702, it's a hugely important level. SPY is hitting all-time highs. SPX is hitting all-time highs. QQQ, again, pre-market hitting all-time highs. What else do we have here? Treasury is heading lower. Treasury yields heading lower. Means dollars heading lower as well. Yep. NASDAQ, S&P, the Dow. Everything is up. Everything is up largely as well. E-mini S&P also up largely. Let's see. Geronimo, news today. Yes, we do. We have news today. We've got news at 9:45 in the morning. There's Flash Services PMI. So if you'll note, those two faint dotted lines that you have here, this is 8:30 a.m. news embargo. This is going to take us somewhere. Or 9:45 a.m. This dotted line here, right there, this dotted line and that dotted line, that's where our news is. 10:30 a.m. only for trading oil does 10:30 a.m. matter. But yeah, so notice how we reacted from that bullish order block, by the way. So I have a feeling that we're gonna trade potentially down to our bullish breaker here. I would like for us to trade down to that still, if possible, because I see a fair value gap on the 5-minute. 15-minute has a imbalance there. If we could possibly trade down to, I mean, maybe it just keeps on rising now and doesn't even give us a shot. That also could happen. But it's really tough to get in right now, you know? It did reach back down to a fair value gap. That would have been the perfect time to enter if you're going to enter in a premium. Dip Chow, Tip Chi Bao, I like your screen setup. May I ask, is this MT5 and Apex? No, this is NinjaTrader. So with Apex, you get the NinjaTrader broker. You get all of this with the cost of your evaluation account. So you can get all of this here. It's all provided for you. Okay, so order block would have gotten you in at 79. It's only risen a few points here. I'm not too worried about chasing right now. But I should have taken that hourly bullish order block though. I was talking about it, but didn't take it. So, but notice how it came down to exactly that little bit of fair value gap, right? Notice how it came down, came to this bullish order block, priced it, right? Priced it, repriced to that, and then it's now heading back upwards, right? So I think today shorts are going to get squeezed generally. Almost 8:30 a.m. news. I will consider taking a scalp if we get something during the news. I would prefer us, again, I would prefer us to trade lower first into this gap area. That's what I'd prefer on the 5-minute chart. And even on the 15-minute chart, you can kind of see there's this gap area here. I prefer us trade lower into that first before we head higher, but we don't always get what we want, right? So if we trade lower, I am going to be watching this segment of price here on the 1-minute chart to see if we enter here, will we reach our next consideration, because this is a hourly fair value gap there, right? An hourly bullish breaker there, coupled with a lower time frame bullish breaker. This is a bullish order block coupled with a bullish breaker, coupled with a fair value gap, buy side imbalance, coupled with a order block here on the 1-minute time frame too. So I like this confluence better. I think we trade lower first, and then if we head down to here, I will consider entry there. If we don't get it and we just rock it up, that's fine too. I will not have taken a trade. Need to be disciplined, right? So wait for your model. Wait for your model to appear. We can treat this as displacement, of course. And we certainly have this fair value gap up here too, but I think if we're going to trade down to it, we'll trade down to this breaker. So if you were going to enter here, I would say that you have an entry at this fair value gaps high. So roughly around 17668.25 is where I would place a limit order. And then your stop loss has to be below this short-term low here. So 668 to 661, that's about 7 handles of stop loss. Ideally, you actually keep your stop loss below here. So it's 10 handles of stop loss. But if you're really, really worried, then you can get stopped out here. And if it runs, it runs. That's on, that's on you for keeping your stop loss too tight, right? So yeah, if you're new to the stream here, welcome. Glad to have you here. We're talking price action early in the morning because I have a 9 to 5 and I have to work. So the only time to trade is in the morning. Earlier in the stream, you saw a couple of really nice trades, one on the performance account, another on 2 trade copied evaluation accounts, which you can see here and here. So those 2 was able to finish, and those will turn into performance accounts after midnight today. And that trade is all, like, you can look back earlier. I show you exactly where my entries are, exactly where my exit is, and talked us through it before that trade happened. So you can look back if you missed it. Don't worry about it. It'll still be there. Phoenix 719 is the first order of business. 7702 is the first order of business. Whatever that month, whatever your chart has as a monthly intermediate term high from a long time ago, that's your first order of business there. So on the monthly chart, this high here, that's your target right now. That's all it will likely reach up to in the short run. This is really interesting here because it supported this bullish order block and is holding here as well. So, yeah, we'll see where price goes at 8:30. 6 minutes from now, we've got news embargo. 9:45 a.m. You have PMI, so beware of that. So it does look like it's just continuing to push. My goodness. I mean, this is kind of ridiculous, right? I wonder if it reaches to just below 17,702 and then we get a sell-off there down back to this bullish breaker and then we break up higher. That would be my ideal situation, but looking at the hourly candle, I don't know if we're going to get that chance. We traded down to that bullish order block on the hourly and then just skyrocketed since then. So we will have to see if price gives us our entry or not. But this was, if you were up trading London though, this was a beautiful continuation play. Bullish order block after bullish order block, just absolutely respected all the way to the end of London session. London Open, phenomenal. Let's see. Adam, wait, what time do you start live streaming? So I start somewhere around 6:10 in the morning. Since I work 9 to 5, I don't really get a chance. I have to leave for work, right? I have to leave for work by 8 o'clock, right? So I can only trade in the New York Open kill zone, the first part of it. So, I try to start around 6 or 6:30 a.m. It just depends on which day, right? If I stay up a little bit later studying, it might be a little bit later, like 6:30, 7 o'clock sometimes. If that's the case, I only get a small amount of time to look for a trade. But yeah. So I started the stream today around 6:10 in the morning, Eastern time. Steve A, 17,711 is the all-time high on the continuous contract. Perfect. Yeah, that's pretty close by. So that is what you want to look for then on NASDAQ continuous contract. Yeah. Let me take a look. On the NASDAQ continuous contract, let's go to the daily chart so we can get a little bit more accurate run here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So I have the high being 17,700 on NASDAQ continuous. 17,700 on the continuous contract. So Steve A, I'm not sure where your 17,711 is coming from, but let me see if maybe you're not adjusting your contracts for changes here. I think that let's see. No, you would be because this is too low here. Yeah, so even with the adjusted contract, I'm seeing 17,700 as the NASDAQ continuous contract. But either way, on my charts, it's 17,702, so that's what we're gonna use. Okay, so what do we have here now? So this is interesting. One thing I want to point out, folks, is we are in the latter stage of a market maker buy model at the moment. So we're seeing different levels of consolidation, right? So this is our next buy side liquidity waiting up here. It doesn't look like it looks like it's gonna blow through this pretty quickly, in my opinion. But let's see how price reacts at 8:30, right? So we have about 1 minute left until 8:30 a.m. news embargo. So price is gonna likely wait for this to I'm gonna take a speculative long here. It's possible it can get completely taken out here, and I'm okay with it, right? I'm just testing to see what price is willing to do as we get into the news. Is it going to spike down, right? What's it going to do? Is it going to spike down? Is it going to head higher? What is it going to do here? Do we continue heading higher and respecting bullish order blocks here? So it's very speculative. Don't follow me on these. You can and will lose money, by the way. So I'm testing to see what the markets are accepting here. Do we trade lower, right? $17,702. 17,672. 702. So I'm just seeing what happens with the contract right now. It's very small contracts, right? Very low contracts here. Oh, I was hoping to catch that one there. So we'll say we will sell limit there, and we will reach for I don't really like that. Let me take a closer look at something here. So do we have any additional swings here that's slightly lower? So if I were to project from this low, this high, give me a moment here. I'm going to check something real quick. What's this low is 17,641.50. This high here is 17,662.25. So 17,703 is very likely to hit. Then I have, actually, let's update these levels to the upside. 17,702. After 17,702, we have 17,724.50. Oops, wait. That goes in between here. $17,745. So if we head higher, that's what I anticipate next. There's no guarantee we'll head higher, obviously. As you can see, price is kind of holding around this area right now. So no guarantee that we'll head higher yet. We might head lower first, but it's not immediately reacting higher, so I don't think it's going to be spooling anytime soon. So I might close out of this trade. This speculative, by the way, speculative trade for the time being, and see if there's a better entry that can be achieved. For now, it does look like these are being respected for the time being. I'll jam my stop loss up here. So this is an example of a bad entry, by the way. Karen asks, what is 17702? So this is what's called a monthly intermediate term high. So if you go to your monthly chart, you'll be able to see that on your futures contract, this is a monthly chart, by the way, you'll be able to see that this high here from November of 2021, this high is 17702.50. So technically this should see 17702.50, but we go with the even number. That's sufficient enough, right? So that's a monthly intermediate term high. That's what we're kind of aiming for there. And that's what we're looking at. So hopefully that helps. Monthly intermediate term. Actually, that's a long-term high. Okay, so it looks like this is going to retrace a bit. It's totally okay. We were expecting something like that to happen. Buy one more here to see if it takes it out, then it takes it out. No big deal, right? It's meant to head lower, then we'll look for a better entry when it does head lower. Because our main big weight entry, I think, is going to be this bullish breaker down here. So if we can head all the way down there, that's going to be really nice, right? So we'll wait for that type of... We have sell stops waiting for us down here as well. So that's a consideration. So we are okay with being stopped out there. There was a speculative play. I wanted to see if it was going to run or if it was going to retrace first. So it does look like it's going to retrace. Lions Fit. How do you manage your accounts? Do you copy evals with PAs to protect the others, or only PAs, or only evals, or do you copy all of your accounts? Yeah, that's a good question. So when I am trying to pass evaluations, because I am looking for really specific trades, really specific setups, I can sometimes trade one at a time. Sometimes I'll trade two at a time for the evaluations themselves. For the performance accounts, I trade one at a time until I get them to above a really, really nice buffer. That's my goal. My goal is if I can get them to like a nice buffer, then I'll copy trade them at the same time. But until I get to that point, I'm gonna just trade one at a time. Performance accounts are one at a time, so that mitigates your risk, that mitigates your tiltness, or your potential to tilt. It mitigates all of that. So we're trading down to that bullish order block again. We'll see if this holds here or if we break down to that lower point in time. $15-minute, we're trading down. 5-minute, we're trading down. Remember, we're eyeballing this bullish breaker here. So if our breaker does not work out, we will set our stop loss to below this short-term low here of 17,658. So that's about 10 handles of drawdown that we'd have to endure. Steve A, I'm on micro NASDAQ. Same. Yeah, you can see I'm on micro NASDAQ too. Oh, I see what you mean. On TradingView, you're on micro NASDAQ. I see. Let me go to micro NASDAQ real quick. There you go. Micro NASDAQ's high, 17,716 on mine. So either way, our data's, goofy, whatever. As long as you see your high, as long as your broker's high is there, that's all you need. As long as it's your high. Don't listen to my numbers, but I also write out like, what that level is so you can go back to your charts and find the appropriate level there, right? Karen, what is your risk management for evaluations? It depends on, so early on in my career, when I first started passing the evaluations, I would trade one, so it would be 10 micro contracts or one NASDAQ contract, and I would have I would look for, actually, no, I was trading ES. I was trading one ES contract, and my stop loss was, I think, four handles or so. So 4 points, 4 or 5 handles, I think. And my first take profit was like 5 handles, and that's it, right? If it got to 10 handles, phenomenal. But I found that trading NASDAQ, price moves a lot faster, and you get possibilities of 10 points, 20 points on NASDAQ a lot more than you get a possibility of 5 points and 10 points on E-mini S&P. So passing the evaluations themselves, my risk management on the evaluations back when I was first trading was ES was about 4 or 5 handles for stop loss and 4 or 5 handles for profit. So 1 risk to 1 reward. And for NASDAQ, it's 12.5 handles for the micros. Obviously, for for a NASDAQ contract, that's a little tougher. But 12.5 handles of a risk is generally what I use in my brackets. 10 handles is probably reasonable as long as you're setting your entries like at a area where you're not going to get too hosed within that 10 to 12 handle range. Like this like this range from this buy to this low, it's around 10 handles. So that's what I'm willing to accept. And this is what I'm going to be looking for. I like seeing this. I like seeing us head down here. We need to see if it reacts at 17,672.50 here. I hope it doesn't. I hope it goes down to that breaker for my purposes here. But 843. So I want it to go down to this fair value gap, basically, is what I'm aiming for next. With a take profit of 17,702, so 30 handles higher is what I'm aiming for. If we can get a move down into that breaker, then I will be happy to take that trade. RCKC, everyone calling all-time high, but you made me realize last week we had a monthly high, aka last quote high of 2021. Yes, there is a on the specifically RCK on the futures contract. Okay, so there are indices that these futures contracts are based off of. These are our SPY, our SPX basically, and SPY are the same. NDX and QQQ, those are the technology stocks. And then the Dow Jones Industrial Average, DJIA and DIA. Those are the indices that these futures contracts are based off of. Now, these future contracts haven't hit their all-time high yet, but the indices themselves have. So we still see them as liquidity because price is still looking for liquidity to be taken here. So we'll see. We'll see if it continues higher or not, but price has risen quite a bit. I don't know if it's still going to rise, but we want to trade the trend until we see like a break of market structure. So let's say the hourly chart, let's say it trades down below this 17,641 with a displacement. That would lead me to then think, okay, well, where can we go? There's a mitigation block here. There's a swing lower than equilibrium. You take this roughly this swing here to here. We can see that there's a discount SIBI at optimal trade entry down here that we could, or buy side imbalance, sorry, BISI, that we could trade down to. There's a bullish order block at the very bottom here, but well below the 79% mark there. We have the New York midnight opening level and cyan there. So there's a lot of things that are in discount that we could potentially trade down to if this continues lower. What I would like to see is I would like to see this trade down to a bullish breaker, low, high, lower, low, higher, high, right? Displacement above, and then head higher from there. But we are in this 5-minute fair value gap right now, and we're closing in on the latter part of this buy side imbalance too. So this is a down close candle there. You can't see it very well, but oh, it's not a down close candle, it's an up close candle. So we actually don't have a really sizable down close candle until down here. So we'll see. My stop loss is below this mitigation block. I would like to see it trade to that mitigation block at lowest. If it trades much below there, then my stop is going to reside here at 17,657.75. Once we take this, I will still take this trade here. If it is super heavy, well, we'll get stopped out, right? And that will be it. And we'll have to go eat breakfast because I have to go hop on my morning calls. Actually, I need to set up for that, actually. Got to get set up for my morning calls here, so I won't be able to stay with you much longer. Assad, measured move target. Yep, those are my swing projection targets up here. So from the lowest one, which we already hit, to these highs, that's what I'm projecting to happen. I'm watching the lower time frame charts to see if I see displacement at that breaker or not. So this is a potential mitigation block right here, right there, right? So it doesn't have to go to the breaker, but I am hoping that it goes to the breaker right now. I want to see it trade lower first. If I see a displacement on the lower time frame, like the micro time frames, if I see a big displacement above 17,674, I might take that instead. But notice how we're trading down into that breaker area. This whole thing can be a breaker. This whole up close candle can be a one breaker too, by the way. So we're patient here. And we're being patient here. I want to see one more dip down into that lower fair value gap on the 1 minute time frame. There's this fair value gap that we're waiting for it to head down to. So I would like to see price take that first. Discount buy side imbalance here within this trading range. Bullish order block here combined with mitigation block, previous day's high, which is a daily mitigation block. I would like to see us trade a little bit lower first here before we see a movement higher. Good, that's what we want. So early longs, they're getting a little trashed here. I would prefer just a little peek down in there, if possible, as we're so close to that discount buy side imbalance. If we start to rip from here, though, I'm not shy about taking an entry. But as you can see, we continue to consolidate. No displacement yet, right? No evidence of displacement yet. It's kind of key. I gotta get set up for work real quick. Give me a second. And let's get the rest of my stuff set up too. All right. And if this goes against us, so be it. We are going to be done for the day. We have 2 more performance accounts coming, so we're happy with that impact or that results today. And oh, it's just not giving me my entry. Let's see it. Give us our entry. See if this works out, if we get blown out, right? Time of day, 8:50 a.m. Sorry, I'm missing a couple of these comments here. Karen Zarama Riasco says, what do you do at work? I am a product manager at a, I guess that could be a variety of things, but I help a lot of companies transition to cloud. Okay, so we got our first entry on one of our accounts. Sadly, we were unable to get filled on our other account, but let's see if we get that filled too at the fair value gap. See if we drop down to that fair value gap here. Let's see you drop down. There we go. So we got filled on the fair value gap as well. So we see, actually I need to close this one real quick because I wasn't trading with the stop loss on this. Re-enter here. All right, so our stops down here at 758. About 25, 58, about 25. And that puts us right at that low there, 58.50. So if this trades against us here, no problem. This is the trade that we've been looking for. It's the trade that we have been idealizing for a while. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's just the nature of trading. It's a setup that we were hoping to see some progress on, but maybe price trades all the way down to this fair value gap here, you know? That's a possibility. I mean, looking at this candle, a lot of people are thinking this is a inversion, whatever you call it, hammer pin candle, something like that, whatever you call it. So, ooh, my goodness. That is quite a bit of displacement there. That got a lot of people sold short. So it's possible, there's a good chance that our trade is not going to work out now since it disrespected that breaker completely. I'm guessing it trades lower to aim for this sell side liquidity next. So we just got stopped out there. So what we'll do here is we're going to reverse this trade and market sell shortly. And we will aim for that sell side liquidity now. Considering that displacement, pretty good chance that it's going to head for that sell side liquidity. So we see this here, down here. It's going to retrace first though, for sure. But this relative equal low down here does seem quite enticing here. And if this stops us out there, then so be it. Keep our stops at the top of that bullish breaker. I was not expecting it to go all the way down to that bullish order block. So another consideration on the 5-minute chart is that it did trade down to a bullish order block here. So we might get stopped out on the way back up. If it's bullish, I was thinking it might head down to that relative equal low down here, but what time of day is it? About 9 o'clock. We might have to exit out of this position here. Because it did test take sell stops. So let's see. If it breaks above this bullish breaker here, then I will close out of my positions and reconsider. You need to see it close in this bullish breaker here. Because ultimately I'm still higher time frame bullish, so I wanted to see if this would take this any lower. But it doesn't look like it wants to. Let's reverse, close these, re-enter. So it does look like, you know, that got a lot of people short. That's fine. Our targets were still 17,702, so we'll stick to that for the time being. And we'll see if price just went down to take out a quick little dip into that hourly order block, or if it's actually going to see us continue higher from here. We'll shift the sell stops to right above here. And if this trade does not work out, then we are done trading for today, and we will just let it ride. We traded to the top of that bullish breaker again, and we currently are about 18 seconds from the 15-minute candle. If the candle closes within that breaker, technically this breaker is this entire range here. But if the candle closes within that breaker, that's ideal. We would prefer that. So that's good. We can still get some wicks lower here. But if we get stopped out here, I mean, it's likely going to head down towards that relative equal lows. So we came down, had a fair value gap on the lower time frames. We broke above a short-term high there. Are still within the bearish bullish breaker space here, so we'll have to see. $15-minute traded down to the bullish order block there. On the 15-minute chart, we have this overall order block here. So this kind of space here we traded down to. Right there. The 15-minute chart. So we'll see how this reacts here. We'll see. What we need to see is we need to see displacement above this bullish breaker. If we don't see that, then we're in trouble. $15-minute will be a crucial one to watch. If this 15-minute candle can close above here, then we will have our 17,702. All right, so we've continued higher at that breaker for the time being. What's that next level? 1724. It's up to 1724. We'll sell one here. Likewise. Sell one here. Phoenix, that's when 30-second chart takes over this ping point entries. Yeah, ping pong entries for sure. Okay, so it looks like the sell side is still present. It doesn't look like it's gonna be subsiding anytime soon. Okay, so I do need to get going for some of my calls, so I'm gonna leave this trade on. If it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. If it runs for this relative equal low down here, then I would look to re-enter long somewhere around this discount area if it's meant to retrace first. If it gets stopped by this hourly bullish order block, then we'll look to see what happens next, I guess. I'm still looking higher. Typically during a Wednesday, I would have expected it to expand higher, but maybe it needs a retracement first in order to expand higher. So we'll see. Either way, this trade is gonna stay on until it gets stopped out or until it reaches terminus here. So that is it for today. Let me get moved in on my sessions. Okay, so I have to get going to get work started. I'll leave this on for the time being. You'll see this trade get stopped out, and if it gets stopped out, that'll be it for today. And I'll look at from a lower contract perspective. I'll look to see if there's another entry further down south today, and yeah, that'll be it. So hope everyone has a good day trading. Good luck today. Stay safe. Look for discount entries if you can. And yeah, we will appreciate having you all here. It's really great getting a chance to talk through some price with you all here. If you wouldn't mind helping out, I appreciate the likes and subscribes on the channel. Really helps the channel out. And yeah, I think we'll go ahead and come off screen for the day. I will be around the chat though, so drop a question or something in the chat if you have one, and I'll try to get back to it as quickly as I can. And but I've got meetings all throughout the day, so I mean, we'll see what happens there, right? Good luck today. Take care. Thank you so much. So good to see you today, and trade safe today. Take care. Bye. All right, check, check. Yep, mic is good to go. And we are live. All right, it's cool. So, welcome back, everybody, to your end of day recap. Wanted to take us back to earlier today. Wanted to recap a couple things. If you go back to roughly, oh gosh, this would be roughly, trying to find this here. What does this say? Yeah, about 7:36 in the morning. If you go back to roughly that time, you'll see one of the live trades that we took during New York Open session during this whole run up right there to there. And yeah, I mean, it was a nice little setup there. We were taking it to 17,663, looks like. So yeah, pretty much nice little setup there, waiting for this high from earlier in the morning to be achieved. So you can go back to that. I show you a couple of things. I show you an example of an entry for where we got two evaluation accounts passed, and then had a little bit extra here. And then later on, I think you end up seeing me like completely biff it with let me see if I can find it here. So like here you see some losses there. I don't know if I can find all of them. So as you can see here, so this is kind of funny how, because I had left the live stream to go join meetings, and of course what happens when you leave live streams to join meetings? Well, that happens. So so what is that? Minus 276 or so in the sim account. So just want to show you that kind of stuff happens. I mean, if you can't be here to monitor your charts, that kind of stuff is going to happen. So somehow by the end of the day, we were able to get that back up to 337, which is really, I'm blessed for that. I'm thankful that I have that capability now. And we can kind of see as well that a lot of our key levels had gotten achieved. We didn't quite get to 17,804, but you know, we moved up quite a bit. So I think that was plenty. So what happened today? I mean, let's go to the charts and let's take a look. So what happened today, we had a huge run up here, and you can kind of see how we had this previous day's mitigation block here, and we mitigated off of that. So we had a huge expansion today, came back down, picked up some more buy orders, and mitigated off of this low here. So there's some smart money that's continuing to take this higher. Do I think that the Wednesday high is the high of the week? I do not think it's going to be the high of the week, but you have to keep in mind this 17,702 was an all-time high. So if this wants to reverse here and begin to trade lower, that's something we need to be prepared for, right? That's something that mentally we need to be prepared for, to not be like YOLOing, risk on, it's gonna go forever, right? The tricky part is I was looking for a quarterly shift, but in actuality, it could just be a continuation for the month of February. I mean, if February is bullish, we could definitely see this continue into the upcoming year, right? Because this is now our high. Now, one thing I want you to look at the same time, I want you to take a look at E-mini S&P, right? So this is the monthly on E-mini S&P. And we see that it's not quite reached its high here. What about the Dow? So the Dow has already reached its high. It's breached that high of 38,299. And we've reached it 38,302. So we barely breached that high. And so what does that mean? Well, if we begin to see movement like displacement higher into all-time high ranges for the Dow, that's going to bring ES up as well to potentially reach all-time highs, which will also take NASDAQ up into all-time high territory again. NASDAQ has currently rejected off of that all-time high, and we're close to the end of January. So if I were to look and see what happens in January, well, we can go back to different months, right? So January, this month, in January, this was a pretty bullish January in 2023. February, pretty bullish at some point, and then it retraced. So it doesn't have to be a bullish month for February, right? What about previous years? January of 2022, bearish. February of 2022, mostly bearish, but then some bullish, right? Let's look back one more. January, doji. February, bullish at some point, and then sold off. So it's not like you have to expect January and February. Look, January, bullish. February, bearish, right? This was right during COVID. So it's not guaranteed that seasonal tendencies will work, but you can take that trade with this in mind, that February, either we see a continuation on that monthly candle up higher, so we see a displacement on the monthly, and then we can start to treat this as a mitigation block, or you then kind of like look for evidence of reversal, right? So far, we haven't seen any major reversals. So Assad, I want to say price will consolidate the rest of the week. Maybe, yeah, maybe possible. I don't think it's going to consolidate, but I think we'll have some movement. Well, I think we'll still have some movement, but we are having that movement in preparation for FOMC next week, right? So that's going to be the really big driving factor on whether or not we see ES approach all-time highs, and we see NASDAQ break above, and YM, Dow break above their all-time highs and bounce off of that mitigation block that we left open. So okay, so today, let's look at a lower time frame though to take a closer look at these, right? So 15-minute chart on today's price action, we see that during Asia, we opened midnight open, we traded down a little bit, and then we ended up proceeding to trade all the way back up from there, 17,600 to 17,800 almost. So this was a really nice expansion day. So Wednesday, remember, middle of the week, conceptually, we're more likely to see either the high of the week having been made or the low of the week having been made by this time. Now, given that we have, sorry, let me get this back online real quick. Let me check something here. So given that we've had a week where we've opened here, traded higher, traded below the new week opening, and then we kind of like displaced higher now, and we're at this previous mitigation block now, and we've bounced off of that. My thoughts are that we end up taking this mitigation block and continuing this higher. Could we head down to this one? Absolutely. But I do think that we will end up, we'll probably end up getting people who are FOMOing about that all-time high. We're also going to get shorts coming in now, right? So people know once we hit the all-time high, if price action is meant to continue to spool upwards and you're trying to short the high or pick the high up here, your probability that it's a high, yeah, it's a little bit higher, but market can always squeeze people out. So we're going to keep an eye on this over time. We have not seen, on a higher time frame perspective, we have not seen a shift in market structure yet. We've not seen displacement below. So why would we consider going short until we see true displacement? And so that's why I think tomorrow's unemployment is going to be important. Next Wednesday's FOMC statement is going to be really important, because if we start to get big weekly candles here, and I don't think it's going to happen immediately, but if we start to get short-term lows form, like some consolidation on a weekly level, and then we see displacement lower, that's going to be my cue that, hey, we might head lower. Until that time comes, we are still bullish, okay? Even though we've taken out this buy-side liquidity here. We want to consider trading E-mini S&P instead, because there's likely a larger, let me move this over here. We take a look at E-mini S&P, right? There's a higher chance that this will want to take buy-side liquidity still when the other two have already taken it. So what that means is I am anticipating S&P to head up to 100 points from where it's at right now. That's what I expect. Can it still move higher, or could it immediately, shift lower? Yeah, absolutely. And that would be a nice SMT diversion or divergence. So we're keeping an eye on this on a higher time frame perspective. And yeah, I think that once January ends, we'll have a better idea of what we might go for next if we don't see displacement below a weekly short-term low. I am not considering it to be a shift in market structure just yet. So, for instance, if we look back, we saw this weekly candle here in October 2022. We saw a shift above here and head back down into this small fair value gap, traded upwards from there. This is where I started to see us shift in market structure, right? So likewise, we would either have to see, currently this is our only short-term low here. So we would have to see us move lower in terms of a weekly perspective. We'd have to see us move drastically lower for me to think, oh, this is a market structure shift, right? But I don't think we're going to do that until we take this out. So this is a market maker buy model that is on its way back to the upside. I think we're going to continue reaching on E-mini S&P, and it remains to be seen how high we go on NASDAQ. So, yep. So, I mean, that's pretty much it for today. You saw the moves from this morning. I had marked those out pretty clearly. Let me see if I can pull even on the 1 minute chart, I think. Where was that? I think that was... There was this. Okay, there we go. That was at 7:40 a.m. So I need to go to the minute chart to see this first, right? So this was at roughly 7:40 right there. So here, that little run up from here down to here, back up to here, treated that as a market maker buy model, right? And what happens right when we take out this high? Immediately, we bust back down temporarily, and then we continue higher. So this trade here was an example of something that even if you have a 9 to 5, if you're awake early enough, if you're aware of what's going on, what's your bias, we saw that there was a relative equal low down here. We broke it, and then we took that trade higher when we saw a shift in market structure. You could have also taken this trade when we had this break on the 1 minute chart. You could have taken this trade right here, right? And that's still 17,650 to 17,665. So it's like 15 handles. If you traded one NASDAQ contract or one NASDAQ contract there, that's a lot of room, lots of movement, right? So, yeah, what is that? 15 handles times what? 4 times 5. It's about $300 right there with one contract alone. So lots of small and reasonable plays to be made. And when you get to the point where you can use and trade a full NASDAQ contract, that's when it really starts to parlay up, right? So you see me getting, 20, 30, 40, 90 some handles sometimes. you only need a few, and you only need a few each day to parlay that up. Now, when you trade micros, it's 10 times less, so it's naturally going to take longer if you're monitoring your risk appropriately, right? Now you can have some pretty big swings like I had today, to the upside, and on those days, if you were to have a regular NASDAQ contract, it would have been, a beautiful, beautiful day. But until I get to the point where my risk can tolerate that, I'm going to trade micros, right? Gamer X, do you trade every day? I don't trade every day. If the trade forms during the New York Open kill zone, I will potentially take it if I'm awake. Where can I learn market maker buy model? Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So if you go to youtube.com, Inner Circle Trader, and you go into his playlists here, and you just do a Control F market maker, you're going to find two awesome series on that. So definitely take a look at that. Study these two closely, because these two combined will give you a firm foundation about the market maker models. He does mention it in the 2022 mentorship, and he actually mentions it in the 2023 mentorship as well. So I will leave that up to you to study. Since I'm not in the business of teaching people on YouTube, since Michael's already taught everybody everything, myself included, I'll leave it to you to take a look at those and really study them, study them closely, take notes, and try to find those same type of visuals in your charts, because that's going to help you think about that. Yeah, so excellent question there. I think, what else do we have here? Today was a pretty brutal day after getting stopped out here, but we re-entered up here to recover losses. And price, we saw a beautiful example of lunchtime run on stops today. So if I can go back over here. So remember, we had this nice little run up here at 1050. And let me bring the other chart over so we can show the full screen. So on the 1 minute chart. So remember, we had a run up during the ICT silver bullet. We got to around right at the end of the New York Open kill zone, 11 o'clock. And we traded down to roughly this bullish, this was I think a 15-minute or 1 hour bullet buy side imbalance. And we saw price at 11:15 begin to keep respecting this 1 minute buy side imbalance. Once we saw relative equal highs created and we saw spooling, well, once we saw that, we knew we were looking for a potential run on earlier morning stops during the lunchtime area. And what happens immediately at lunch? Well, we run on these stops, and then we run those stops even. So at around 12:55, we start to see movement lower and displacement, like key displacement below relative equal lows. This is a big movement compared to some of the other ones which have been happening, right? So right there you see institutional order flow entry drill. If price heads back up to this bearish order block, you can take that, or you can take that as well. And once that occurs, you see it take another sell side liquidity there. You can take profit there. It trades back up into that buy sell side imbalance. And then we take that down, it hits the terminus again. Consolidates, comes out of this, heads even lower, and ends up curling up for the rest of the day. So, Gamer X, okay, do you live stream daily? I try to live stream in the morning because I work a 9-to-5 job, right? So out of respect for the job, like when I'm home, I can't be like trading live. I can't be doing a lot of that stuff, right? Because I'm working. I want to, respect the main job until I can maybe make trading the main job, right? So I typically trade. So if you go back to the morning, I think the beginning of the stream, what was that? It's around 6:10, 6:15 in the morning or so. So that's when I start streaming, somewhere around the 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., depending on the day. Sometimes I have to wake up and make breakfast and stuff like that. But yeah, but I'll typically trade, or at least look for a trade from 6 a.m. till 8 a.m. in that time frame, right when New York Open kill zone begins. And then I have to go to work. There's nothing else other than that. So on days like this, I might be able to trade until 9 o'clock, from 6 a.m. till 9 o'clock. It gives me a better chance of finding a setup. I just subbed UG. Hey, thanks, GamerX. I'm glad to have you here. Glad to have you here for this journey, man. You're asking a lot of really good questions, and those are the same questions that I asked early on in my studies. So I'm still studying to this day. I mean, I started studying, getting exposed to ICT in October 2022. Tried to steamroll my way through the 2022 model, and I had to revisit it like dozens and dozens and dozens, probably hundreds of hours of revisiting videos now because I didn't take good enough notes. But yeah, it's worth it to revisit things and backtest. So for tomorrow, we are going to assume that our weekly expansion is still to the upside. However, considering that we did take a recently high level, we can and now are open to the concept of potentially seeing shorts go. So remains to be determined to see if this week ends positive and green. It could still very well unemployment could take this lower, and then maybe we create a short-term low next week, and then maybe it trades a little bit higher to take out early shorts, and then maybe we see our market structure shift lower, or we just see us continue to blow higher, come back down, take out some of these buy side imbalances, and then head higher. I don't know what's gonna happen, but we're gonna assume we're bullish until we see otherwise on the higher time frames. So cool. So I think that is it on my side here today. Let me see if there's any other questions here. Any other questions in the chat? Everyone good? Everyone good with what happened today? How close am I? I'm still far away. Yeah, I'm still far away, in my opinion, right? I have larger accounts, but I want to trade and make sure I can take these lower accounts to very, very high numbers, right? So I'm making sure that I'm trading proper risk management on these performance accounts first. So I'm gonna be restacking. I failed a lot of performance accounts, and that was not fun, right? And that really forced me to go back and figure out some of the kinks in my model. But now we're able to consistently use micros, gain like anywhere from 30 to hundreds of dollars each day, if I can find the right setup and wait for the right setup. And I'm able to slowly expand my performance accounts, and I'll probably continue doing that as I take some more profits. Hopefully in the month of February, I'll look to take my first small accounts profits. But yeah, so it's okay though. I mean, it's okay if you're far away. I mean, I'm about, let's see, if I started studying October 2022, and now it's it's about a year and 3 months. That's still really early in a trader's career, and plenty more to learn, plenty more to become a greater expert at, right? So plenty more time to go. It's okay. If you buy performance accounts and you pay the lifetime, so like somebody was talking about that earlier, right? So they were wondering, I think it might have been Dipchi Bao as well. I think he was asking about it. If you want to know about performance accounts, I think PA cost. It's something you can search on the frequently asked questions, and it'll show you, like, you pay either 85 a month on these prop firms or $140 for it to never have another fee. 2 months go by. If you can hold that account for 2 months, you've already paid back your fees for performance accounts. So it can be a lot for many. I'm not discounting the fact that $140, that's a lot of money. $85 a month, also a lot of money. But if you're trading properly, each week you would be able to make back your $85 easily each week. You can make $100 a week, and you could just maintain that, and that would be sufficient while learning. So what I would recommend is, you can take, let me see if I have so I have this affiliate link is going to get you over to that site, and it's going to get you that code you can use for getting the 80% off there. Don't do it if you're not ready, though. I always stress this. Don't buy an account until you're ready. Just trade demo, If you have to get a really, really cheapo account and then like learn how to trade first, right? So yeah, I think that's let me see if I missed another question. I think Dipchi, Johnny, I just bought an Apex account. I'm so new to NinjaTrader setup and copy trading. Can you please help me to set up a screen chart like you with all the indicators you use? I actually don't use any indicators. I don't remember, Dipchow. I don't remember where I got the it's called color regions. You could probably find that if you Google hard enough. I just don't remember where I have them, but if you want the regions like I have in, let me see if I can scrunch this up a little bit. So the only indicators I use are a bar timer, so I can get that little timer that runs the clock down. Honestly, I don't even pay attention to it anymore, but I just pay attention to where we are in terms of time. But yeah, you can kind of see color regions. You can use these setups to set up your kill zones, to set up vertical shadings in the back if you can find this indicator. Really good indicator. I'll see if I can find it later, but bar timer is the other one. You want to just have this bar timer on the lower time frame charts so you can see when the countdown to the next candle is. And that's it. I don't see any other yeah, bar timer. Yeah. So you can go ahead and add that indicator there. And then everything else is just lines, honestly. Lines and boxes. So play around with it, get used to it. Learn some of the quick commands so you can quickly draw fibs, you can quickly draw lines, you can quickly draw horizontal lines or vertical lines and stuff like that, or boxes like rectangles. So play around with that. And then you'll find your setting, like whatever settings work for you. You need to play around with it to make sure that it looks good for you, right? So yeah, that's it. It's just everyone's setup is going to be a little bit different, but you can make these boxes transparent. Here you can make the opacity a lower percentage, so that you can have boxes that are a little bit more transparent. You can still see the candles in the background there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with it. So spend some time, play around with it on the weekend, play around with the setup, and find something that works for your eyes, right? Because only you will find the setup that you really enjoy trading. Bobo markets. So this market is NASDAQ, but it's micro NASDAQ. So it's about 10 times less per contract. It's MNQ is the ticker up here. You can see. NASDAQ would be NQ. Micro NASDAQ would be MNQ. It's a lot easier for prop firms, in my opinion, because you don't over risk and you don't like blow your accounts as easily. You can, but just have to be careful there. GLTGT, Assad. Not sure what that means, but cool. Trading is like a degree, Gamer X says. Awesome, I agree. LMAO the same. Awesome. I'll look into it. Thanks, Johnny. Cool. Yorin, Lynn, hi, thanks for your sharing. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to help. Oh, Taiwan. Oh man, I love Taiwan. Parents are from Taiwan actually. Um, I can't wait to go back to Ajoy. Ajoy. Yorin, Lynn, have you ever gone to Ajoy, that buffet that's got like unlimited delicious seafood, king crab, wagyu beef. It costs a lot of money, but it's I've heard it's delicious. Um, so let's see. Gamer X, it's fair value gap, BBRB, ITH, STH, LTH, kill zones, but salsa. Yeah, I mean, you got all the acronyms. How you use them is key, right? Bobo markets, you expecting a crash? I am not expecting a crash per se. I am more inclined to look for evidence of a market structure shift than I was a week or two ago, right? Because we've touched beyond the all-time high on the futures contract, I am. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta get going soon. So, not necessarily crash though. You believe in divergences? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't use solely divergences. In fact, the SMT divergences aren't a main tool in my repertoire. I will occasionally look for them, but I do not need them to trade. Some people use them religiously though, and that's cool. That's your model, no big deal. But I don't need to look at divergences in order to make a play in the market. Now, one thing I will refer to are interest rates and dollar index. So if we take a look at dollar index here, we noted that dollar, was lower for a while. It came back down into this volume imbalance, which I had mentioned many days ago we were going to head up into and seek that volume imbalance, right? I was thinking we were going to head even further higher up into this relative equal high on dollar index. But generally, when we see dollar index going up, we also, well, when we see interest rates going up, that means the dollar is likely also going up, which would mean indices are going down. So I pay attention to divergences on a dollar perspective and on an indice perspective. So I look at dollar, I look at the the yields, right? I look at the 10-year government bond yields. I compare them with 10-year note futures, the yields on the cost of the actual contract itself. So yeah, I look at all those in the background. Commitment of traders. There's a lot of things that I do on the higher time frame charts that I don't bring into the daily analysis. And you can do the same thing as well if you go through the ICT 2020-16 mentorship. So let's see. Look at the monthly, weekly divergence on micro NASDAQ. Specifically, what divergence are you talking about, though? That doesn't mean too much. Do you mean a divergence between, like, right now? There's no divergence yet. There's nothing that's formed on E-mini S&P versus NASDAQ versus the Dow, right? They are still in trend until we see a true break of them. We haven't seen any divergence yet. So trying to see a divergence before it forms is asking to get whooped on your trade. Bearish divergence is only a bearish divergence if S&P does not create an all-time high, right? Until there is a true divergence on the higher time frame charts, we are assuming that this trend will continue. So we need to see a little more data before we can consider this to be a divergence. Until we see that happen, it's going to probably continue moving in the direction that it's meant to move in until it's ready to take, until the market makers are ready to take it lower. So, yeah. All right. So, I do have to get going though. This has been a lot of fun today. Thank you very much for hopping in. Again, I'll be up at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Trading or looking for trades. Tomorrow I will physically be in work. So I will not be able to trade anytime after 8 o'clock is when I'll leave. So don't feel obligated to watch the stream after 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, because I will be heading off physically to work and I will not be able to be around the computer. So I won't even be able to look at the chats and monitor the chats as much, right? So Tuesdays and Thursdays, generally, I'm physically in work a lot earlier than most. So that's a bridge trading for me. If I don't find anything from 6 a.m. till 8 a.m., then that's it. That is it for the rest of the day. So Thursday, unemployment claims come out right at 8:30. So there's a good chance that I will not be finding very many trades tomorrow. Given that we have unemployment claims at 8:30 and I will be driving to work. So trade safe tomorrow. It's going to be there's going to be some interesting movement on unemployment claims. And then that's going to set up some of the highs and lows for FOMC next week, I believe. So good luck. Get some rest. Make sure you drink some water tonight. Stay hydrated. And thank you very much. Again, thank you very much. Tomorrow. Appreciate you hopping on the channel today and watching the stream. There's gonna be some interesting if you want examples of my entries to pass highs and lows for Apex funded accounts, or sorry, Apex evaluation accounts in one go. You've got that earlier today. If you want examples of me taking low contract micro NASDAQ performance account trades, you've got that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you hopping on the channel today and watching the stream. So you've got plenty of examples today. My entries will look forward to being Apex funded account tomorrow, and we'll see you bright and early. So in one go, you've got that. Yeah. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll talk soon. Missed a couple questions here. Micro NASDAQ. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, that one comes up a lot. Do you have a Discord? No, I do have a Discord, but it is a private Discord that's just for me, and I will never share that with anybody. It's my private journal, basically. So yeah, that will I'm not saying I'll never open up a Discord like to the public, but I would rather that one comes up a lot get to be a full-time trader versus trying to teach before I'm ready, right? So maybe some other time if you want to. And the first people who will know about it will be my email list. So if you go to my website, which is on johnnyleetrading.com, I think I have it here as well. I would rather that one comes up a lot. Get this website. So I will notify my email list first and foremost. If you want to join that, you can, but I can guarantee you I will not be doing that for quite some time. I have an idea of when and where I want to do that. If you go to at some point in the future, I will do one-on-one focused mentorship. Not going to be cheap, but at that point I will have proved myself plenty of times over. So that I prefer that over like a mass-produced Discord. Yes, I can make a lot of money doing Discord instead, but I don't really need it. I mean, I'd rather just teach a few people a skill that they can learn for the rest of their life, right? And kind of help mentor people in that way. Mentorship. All right, so at that point, I will. The sound is like double overlay. That's weird.
I prefer that over like a mass-produced Discord. Yes, I can make a lot of money doing.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I think I had clicked on something there. Okay, I fixed it. You're in. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's a little less annoying there. But thanks a lot for joining, everybody. We'll catch up soon. Take care. Have a good evening.